All right. Welcome to the dojo. So I did some work on the game last night. We finally got the finally got the code organization for all the different functions in liblogic to start playing nicely. It's very clean looking. Size of liblogic, including comments, it's now 485 lines, much smaller than it's been. And as a result, too, we have a lot of new files. As you can see, liblogic's functionality has been split up very heavily. Each primary function or action, or in some cases, small groups of functions, is included in individual .h and .cpp files. One of the reasons that I wanted to do this is to better fragment and better organize the build process in general. So on its own, on a fresh build, you have to build everything still. But assuming that you've built the game once already, then when you need to go to rebuild something else, because maybe there's a file that you're working on, you can very easily just hop into that file, make changes, and then under the right conditions, that it means assuming that the make file is organized correctly, and for the most part it is, there are extensions that need to be done to it in order to make it better. But the idea being, like, if you're working on some file and changing that file as a result necessitates some other object file to be rebuilt entirely or something to this effect, then simply executing make would trigger the build processes only for the files that need to be rebuilt, instead of having to rebuild the entire thing every single time. This was kind of inspired by my realization about Rust crates and ultimately what package managers such as Go and Rust are trying to do. And it's kind of beautiful in one way, but it also has resulted in this insane dependency upon websites like GitHub, for instance. For, like, if GitHub ever goes down, like, the Go economy, the Rust economy is totally fucked. A lot of the web's infrastructure is going to be fucked if that happens, right? But, like, As an example, PyPy, the pip package manager for Python, does not sit on GitHub. It's its own service. It's its own website, totally separate from Microsoft. So there is that. Is anybody yapping yet? I don't blame me if you do. What's up, Silhouette? What am I going to be working on today? I'm going to be working on my game. Here, let's go ahead and run it for you. One of the things I do want to add in today that should be rather lower hanging fruit is sound effects and music management. Because it's very easy to get music and sound effects into the game. Music is a matter of loading up a particular file and then updating the state of the music stream like once every frame. And dealing with sound effects is a matter of placing calls to like actually play each sound effect at appropriate locations. And there might even be better ways to do this. There might be a way to like attach certain sound effects to certain functions or certain actions in a way where we can call the sound effect whenever that action occurs, effectively like via a callback of sorts. That's one way that we could do it. With music management in particular, effectively what I want to be able to do is load up a bunch of different strings representing paths to MP3 files. And then, like for instance, randomly select one or select one that represents the title on game load, and then switch music whenever we change into a certain scene, or maybe persist the same music at title screen. Once I get that stuff, kind of rolling, another kind of low-hanging fruit that I want to introduce is a kind of like an intro screen, like something that does some cool effect with text where like at the beginning of a lot of my favorite games, such as like Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, etc., there's usually some like cool intro sequence. Like is actually Final Fantasy IV is a really good example of this. What I want to do is some kind of hybrid between Final Fantasy IV's intro and Final Fantasy VI's intro. You want some like text coming up from the bottom of the screen, and then that's set on a dark background, and then we want to introduce some sort of lightning effect, so that'll give us a reason to kind of fuck with shaders again. A few things like that I want to try and play around with today. See how far we can, push things. Ultimately, the whole point of the reorganization of the code is to lead to more rapid iteration. And one of the biggest inspirations for the refactor was to make the code easier to work with for LLMs. Yeah. So what happens if I attack? Oh, he's dead. Oh, and I don't even have anything equipped at the moment either. So we go over here, we hit / in order to pick it up, we hit I in order to pull up the inventory screen, then we hit E in order to equip the axe, I to close the inventory screen, S in order to enter change direction mode, I think this is D, in order to move left. E in order to do upright. And he's dead. And he's dead. And he's dead. And he's dead, and he's dead, and he's dead, and he's dead. And he's dead, and he's dead. And he's dead. And he's dead. And he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Let's get this last guy. All right. I think we killed everyone. So this is a gist of, what I'm aiming for. It's a dungeon crawler with RPG elements, roguelike, turn-based action combat. With a lot of room to grow. Because I want it to be really abundant to people, so I'm not asked this constantly. Like a final vision for the whole thing, because that's like asking Dwarf Fortress what the final vision for their whole shit is, right? Welcome back. Appreciate you coming back to check on me. So I'm going to get started here in a minute. Like I said, the agenda for today includes sound effects. What else does it include? It includes music. And it'll be nice to get some music into the game again, honestly, and some sound effects. When I got sound effects into my my entry into Pirate Jam, there can be. It was a really big level up feeling. So what is required for us to get music working? So I got some music files. I forget which one's the good one, which one's my favorite. I think Dungeon Magic is... Yeah. Yeah, Dungeon Magic is fucking fire. This is honestly the track that I look at as the theme song. All right, so let's do this thing here. This one's also a good one. Hey, Plan Omega. What's happening? How you doing today? Hope you're having a good day, man. Actually, there's another place I need to share this stream now that I think about it. What if I wanted some dark death metal in here and not just like dungeon tunes, right? What do I have in that department? All right. Coffee's made. My vibe is up. Let's do this thing. I want to put some music in. One question is, when does uh when do we actually switch between musics? Because this will inform like the best places to start like instantiating things that we might need to manage our music, right? So as an example of this, I just showed a music.txt. It has a list of MP3 files that all sit inside of audio/music. If I remember correctly, audio music is one of the folders that gets copied into the web binary so that we have the ability to access files on the web as if they were on our local file system. It's kind of cool. So actually, let me switch this. All right, so we're going to do some Raylib music. What do I mean by this? I mean, we're going to use the Raylib API in order to achieve music functionality. And I've done this a couple times before. I'm going to see how much of it I can do off of memory. But effectively, you have these music objects that get loaded from individual paths. So as an example of this, we've got our liblogic init. Libdraw also had something to do with music as well. Actually, yeah, so what we did over here to kind of like just jumpstart things before we actually had like a really formal way to like manage our music and stuff like that. I just start by creating a individual music object. It's a structure. You take a look at it inside of Raylib. And it's pretty straightforward. So down here, we have commented out some stuff in our libdraw init rest. Libdraw needs the same kind of refactoring that I've done to liblogic recently. And so maybe that'll be something I do later today, because the refactoring process is kind of like so easy, or so like maybe easy is not the right word for it. Brain dead. The process of refactoring towards what I have refactored liblogic to is so brain dead easy that I don't even have to think about what it is I have to do so much as pay very close attention to what I'm doing. As it turns out, you can get winded from this doing it long enough. But that said, though, what would we need to like actually re-enable our ability to play music? in the game. So init audio device is commented out. There's no other place that I've commented it out, but it is the kind of thing that we can't start until after the window gets initialized. A lot of Raylib's functionality is centered around having to initialize the window first before you can do literally anything else. Like, I don't even think you can load textures, render text, or do anything like that without first initializing the window. And this probably has something to do with the way that Raylib handles like the OpenGL context. It's just my guess. So let's go ahead and uncomment that. Is there any other reference to audio device? Yeah, we have close audio device when we're actually closing the game. So naturally, init audio device gets us started. What's next? So if we wanted to just like keep it really basic for the moment and then grow into like a more thorough music management system, which I'm okay with, we can totally do that for right now. So originally what I was doing was I was just doing some really super ghetto like randomization type shit. So we're gonna force code a music path. Audio music dungeon magic.mp3. So we're just gonna hard code that one in there. And then we're going to call load music stream on our music path. We're also going to set the music volume to be 50% to begin with. There is also a set master volume. Actually, I think for the moment, well, I'm actually not sure. Maybe we should do it like juxtaposed like that. We also want to set our music to be looping. But there's not a music looping function. So maybe that's not a thing that we can do. I don't know how music looping will work, but we start playing the music stream, right? Now there's another thing we have to do. Every frame, we're going to have to update the music stream. And this is because of the delicate relationship between keeping the music that's currently playing synchronized with the current frame that's been drawn. So we don't want to have any sort of stutter between either of these. And I remember previously I did have a thing where there was a bug that caused a lot of stuttering. And if I run into that again, I know what to do. I have to update the size of the audio buffer so that on every on every music stream update, more data gets loaded into the buffer so that we don't experience that sort of stuttering effect. Don't mind me scratch my ears. I can't pop off camera every single time I gotta do this. That's how I know I have a fucking crazy long running ear problem. I'm probably way overdue for seeing a like an ear specialist. What's happening, everybody? How are y'all doing today? Y'all ready to get some music in this bitch? I originally had this because it is totally possible. Like, I even had a setup where you could like change the music volume from within the game. And at some point I'll have to get all of the really nice, thorough config controls rolling again. So this should be enough for us to like do a little test run here. Look at all these files I gotta build. God damn. Okay. Let's go. Oh yeah, the music's playing. I can hear it. It's very low for me because my volume's down. No stuttering either. Very good. So that works. The volume might be a little bit low. But that's a pretty good start. So we actually didn't have to change anything on the audio buffer, which is surprising because this was a bug that I was running into for a while, and apparently I don't have to do that anymore. Oh hell yeah, we got some viewers now. What's up, everybody? So we got music back in there pretty quickly, but like I was saying, I've got more than one music file. And it would be nice to like rotate between them. Either, you know, every time we load the game, or just be able to like select individual music files that we might want to play rather than like hard coding in the path that we're working with here. So what I was doing previously was in the game state. We had this init music paths, which basically loads the music text file. And this was also written so long ago. It was actually written before the C++ rewrite. So this is actually a great opportunity for me to update this function to be more C++y and less of a pain in the ass to deal with. If I even have to. I don't like doing a lot of I/O in the C++ way as much as I like doing it in the C way. But it's effectively, for every line in the music file, we make sure that we chop off the new line. We check to see if there's a comment on the first character. Then we can see over here. I'm not a fan of this because this is operating off an assumption that music file paths is some array. And we don't need it to be an array anymore. We can actually use like a real string vector. The music file paths. We were originally statically allocating that, but now because we have like a real thing, music file paths equals make shared of a vector of string. So now we've got a music file paths pointer effectively that we can just like straight drop stuff onto. So instead of the old way here where we were SN printfing and doing all this kind of garbage, and we don't even need the I anymore. So what we'll do here G of music file paths, push back a new string containing our buffer. So we don't even need to keep track of total music file paths anymore. So now all we got to do, instead of using that hard-coded path right here, as an example, we could just load whatever's at 0. Well, we could if it were an actual char pointer. But because of that, we can just call C string on that string in order to get the pointer. Now we have a real music path pointer, and it'll load. And based off of this, whatever is the current first track in the file, which is Dungeon Alien, should be the track that actually gets played when we load it now. I want to get rid of that warning. I have a big OCD about warnings. Well, What line was that on? Oh, right here. Yeah. Okay, so we're calling init music paths for sure. So uh-oh, wait. Something fucked up. Okay, so it's crashing somewhere. And it probably has to do with this new stuff that I just did. Um, Now, I wouldn't be surprised if where it's actually crashing is, in fact, like right here. Um, let's find out. Okay, so initializing music paths is where it's actually shitting a brick. Um, maybe I actually have to push. Well, no. I wonder if I could. Uh, okay, so we'll figure out what's going on here. Pushing back Dungeon Alien MP3. Okay, so it is actually crashing out, like right here. Um, oh, music file pass hasn't been initialized at this point. That's why. Um, So this actually needs to come all the way down here. And even then, what we could do is just copy this into here. Pretty sure this will fix that. But there's definitely nothing playing. So there was definitely something that happened there. Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, it's not loading the whole audio path. Okay, that's not a problem. So all we have to do for that. See, originally I was like constructing this new string based off of that. So what we can do, if I remember correctly, you can do something like this. In C++. Well, there we go. That's a lot better. That's actually a solid step in the right direction. I hope everyone's having a great day so far. I appreciate y'all for joining me. It's been a long time since I've done any game dev, and I wanted to like start working on stuff again. Even though this is really super basic, just like get randomly selected music rolling type shit. So speaking of random selection, before we do a commit, instead of us selecting hard coded like the first audio track in the particular sequence here, um, a lot of this stuff is really kind of like part of the same stuff. So instead of us doing hard coded, like value at 0, we instead want to randomly select a music path. And that should be sufficient to randomly load new music every time you run the game, which is a good start. At the end of the day, we're going to want to switch music depending on certain things. Like maybe if you enter like a merchant shop, or maybe if you enter like a boss fight, or if some event happens while you're in the dungeon. For one reason or another, we might want to switch the music at some point. So that's something that we're going to have to think about. But the next immediate step, one that requires even less thinking, is about how to get our sound effects into this environment. It's been a while since I've actually worked with them, but I have a whole ass catalog of sound effects I have the ability to use. And part of creating like a really engaging, immersive game experience, although in the past I used to downplay this, it really does matter like when you're really locked into playing something that you enjoy. The little details like the sound effects really do matter. It contributes towards this like primal, almost like under the hood is the word that's coming to my, like below primordial, like really lizard brain, like reward feedback system. But let's give this a shot. This is a good track too. Okay, so let's get cracking here. We need to commit those changes. Okay, so now our next item for the agenda, or on the agenda, I should say, will be sound effects. So in a very similar, simple fashion, it's very easy to load strings into an array and then select one of them to be used as a sound object. In fact, it's actually a good idea at program start in order to go ahead and load a lot of these sound effects in the memory to begin with. It'd probably make sense to do something similar with music too, although maybe it's better programmatically to actually move the music into memory only when we actually need it, as opposed to having the sound effects like live and ready to go whenever we actually need them, so that we're not like wasting CPU cycles every time we want to actually play one. Whereas, it's a lot less of a big deal with like music. But that said, we're going to have to define like a list of files that are going to be our sound effects. And similar to how I handle textures, we're going to want to have these sound files in an array that's easily accessible and easy to index between like what different like in other words, we want a relationship between like the index or the position in the array that a sound effect belongs to, and we're going to want, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, in other words, if the attack sound effect is on like index 0, then I want to have some file that defines 0 to be that sound effect. So that way I don't have to remember, oh, the attack sound effect is located at index 0. I can just refer to this special name in order to like mindlessly work with the files as they're fed in. But the caveat of this is that they are going to have to follow a certain order, just like with how I do textures. So this is one of the more annoying or pedantic parts of asset management, is finding a way to quickly and easily refer to some asset in your asset inventory, whether that's a music file, an image file, a shader, anything like that, and being able to use that asset in whatever appropriate part of your game you happen to be working on. So I would not be surprised if tools like Unity, Unreal, Godot, GameMaker, etc. do something where, like, when you load in some external art or you load in some external sound files, some ID is associated with every single one of these assets, as well as like, like file type to like represent whether or not it's a sound effect or a graphic or whatever. 3D models count as assets as well. So like this problem of indexing exists no matter what asset class you happen to be working with. Hey bro, what's going on, Akbar? So we're going to get going with sound effects here in a minute. Actually, we'll just call it S of X. So as an example of how easy this process is supposed to be, right? Raylib actually has a sound file called sound. And we load stuff in it just the same way. Maybe it's MP3, maybe it's WAV file, whatever. The whole process is going to be the same. So one of the things that we're going to be able to do is load these sound files up all in one shot somewhere around the same place. Load music is handled. In fact, I'm going to load the audio device separate from that. That way we have like a run of 3 functions. Now, game state does not yet. Here, actually, before I continue, let's get that stopwatch back up there. All right, so game state does not yet have a place for us to actually store our sound files yet. But very simply, one of the things that we'll be able to do here is shared pointer to a vector of sound. Sound effects. Actually, we'll just call it SFX, like that. So first things first, in the game state, we're going to have to initialize so there's our vector of sounds. Nothing's in there yet. But back over in libdraw, now that we actually have a location to store these sound effects, right? We need to actually define some. There's no sound effects folder yet. Now there is. Actually, Forget which each one. I mean, I remember obviously what coin sounds like. Bag open. I remember that. Get hits. Okay. That's going to be like if you bang into a wall. None of these really sound like a good slashing attack. But the confirm sound effect is on point. So there's our list of sound effects. Right there. So if we maintain a ordering, right, where we're able to like create a relationship between which one of these represents which sound, or like what index each one happens to be. One of the things I'm thinking about doing is just kind of hitting me like on the fly right now is maybe there's a way for me to like auto generate something here, because I don't want to have to manually do this every single time I do this, right? For instance, for I in cat sfx.txt do echo I, right? That gives us the same exact stuff that we just got. So what if instead we chop off the dot wave part, right? So what if we're able to create a relationship between like an index and each one of these names without having to specify the index manually? So what I mean by this is if we attach an index to each one of these, better yet, maybe change the order here. Now we have something that's starting to look very close to like a macro, right? So now one of the things that we could do is type this into tr, convert all the lowercase characters into uppercase characters. Now, what if I were to attach a prefix sound effects to each one of these, right? So now I've got something that's very close to like a C macro. Although we don't want the big define like that, actually. So in order to separate those out, what we can do is we can actually take all of this and store it into a variable. And now when we go to print that variable, we still get all the same stuff back out. But now we can do this. Boom. Look at that. That's fucking beautiful. So I did that all on the fly, and that's the kind of thing that could be totally scripted. I mean, in fact, this is the script. Let's make it a little bit more clear for you. Oh, that's curious. It actually tried to execute this as a command. That's really interesting. Okay. But the whole idea here is that if I were to change the order of things in my sound effects file, like for instance, what if I just arbitrarily decided one day for some reason to move coins to the very bottom and bag open to the very bottom? And let's say I add a bunch of new ones in here that I haven't fully handled yet. But the whole idea is you want to do this in a way where every time you build your game or build your program, the process is agnostic to which position in your array something happens to be. You might just say, well, why not use a hash map? Because you still have to specify like where certain things are going to be at. And so we can kind of automate the process a little bit without having to come up with any sort of like crazy indexing system. You know, we can actually, so long as we know the name of the sound effect, we can refer to it. So this will greatly depend upon the file names conforming to a certain spec, which is going to be all lowercase. And from there, like in the case of like, for instance, confirm 10, this will probably end up being like confirm 1 or something like that. And there may not necessarily be multiple variances of individual sound effects. Maybe there will be. Or someone did a really good post on like if you take one sound effect and you tweak the pitch, then you can, you know, with one single sound effect, get like multiple different sound effects out of it. I thought that was a really clever idea. I want to actually apply that to my whole approach. So, given this sound effects file, right? Oops. Now the order is totally different, but we still get a cohesive relationship between human readable names and their associated indices. So one of the things that I want to do actually, before I continue, I'm going to copy this into a script. Generate SFX header .sh. So here's how this works. As you can see, it's effectively the same exact shit that I just showed you. So if we do that, actually, we don't need the clear for that. But all of this does need to get written to a file, right? So every time we run this, this will overwrite the previous run. So let's do it. Okay, so, and actually, gotta remember that pragma once. So there you go. So assuming that this relationship holds, now what we're able to do to make this whole process easier, back over in libdraw, when we go to load the sound effects, right? I think we're gonna have the same problem. No. No, we're not gonna have the same problem. So over here, we're doing this thing. I'm not gonna worry about comments, but we will need to figure out a full path. And it's not going to be an audio music this time, it's going to be an audio FX. but we don't want to push this to music file paths. We want to push it to sound effects. But we don't want to push full path. We want to actually push a sound. So now we can actually push that. So that should be all that we have to do to get the sound effects actually in to our system. We don't actually need the generated sfx.h yet. We will need that in order to access and play the different files in that list. And of course, we're going to have to cleanly shut everything down as well. I'm probably due to like take my baby out to do some business here in a little bit. Plus, I got to take a piss. Enjoy some music. I'll be right back. All right. How's it going, Dulce? Things are okay. They can always be better, and they'd be really good if every one of the 82 viewers that I've had so far today, I think I've actually had more, but the analytics update is kind of wonky at times, but for however many views, 80, 100, whatever, if every single viewer liked the stream, that would get me in front of more people. So that would make my day. If we got some more likes, if we got some more subscribes, I'm I'm sitting just below like 5,000 subscribers. I think I'm at 4980 last I checked. So we're getting really close. 5,000's I think for me, a reasonable milestone. You should always get hype about milestones because they represent check marks in your progress. Oh, that right, Grace? Ain't that right? My girl just ate din din a little bit early. We woke up late too, so she's had a late breakfast and an early dinner. And she's sitting pretty right now. My my old gal cheerleader dog. Who's a pretty girl? Who's a pretty girl? Yes, you are. Shouldn't want to sit close to me. You want to sit next to me. You like being in my spot, whatever. All right, so Grace, we're partially through this new setup we just created where we can automatically generate new sound effects header files from scratch, given this script right here. We can use it to generate an sfx.h based on the contents of our music. No, not our music.txt, our sfx.txt. And we can load things without needing to refer to this file. But in order to use them, we will need to refer to this file. So as an example of this, what's actually being generated is this. So each name corresponds to an index that we'll be able to directly refer to in order to like actually play a sound effect. So in order to actually use this, right? Like, because like if we're handling input in somewhere like liblogic, right? So like if we wanted to just like play a sound effect on every input, we should be able to do that now. Let's give this a shot. So whether or not we do it inside of the actual function, or we call it immediately after calling handle input, because there's no necessary implication that anything has been pressed when we go to call handle input. So it would probably make sense to actually play a sound effect inside of here. In order to do that, handle input is going to have to include Raylib. Ain't that right, Grace? You better get over here. You said it's so far away. So all right, so we're calling load SFX. So over in handle input, none of this implies that any button has actually been pushed yet. So let's start with the title scene. And actually, the include for Raylib needs to go a lower level. So in order to take advantage of this, we should be able to just call play sound here. So if we wanted to hard code in something, we could just do this, right? I heard that. So that was easy enough. But in order to do this better, I'm going to change confirm to confirm 1. It was confirm 10, now it's confirm 1. We're going to overwrite the sfx.txt. Then we're going to generate a new .h header. So confirm 1 is now the third, or in other words, it's index 2, the third item in the list. So over here, what we would do, include sfx.h. Now, instead of playing sfx at 0, we would play sfx at sfx confirm. Although something's not quite right here, because this is an old version. No, this is the correct one. There we are. Okay, so this will play the sound effect sfx confirm 1 whenever we're on the title screen and we push the button for the first time. Similarly, handling main menu, we could play our sound effect here. If we wanted to play it just on like certain inputs, even though some of these are effectively code written for the future when I have more options on the menu screen, we could still play them there. And on the character creation screen as well. So if character creation is confirmed here, we can play the sound effect there. And then for the other inputs, like left and right for like race selection and stuff like that. Oh, and space would also be a good place. So that should handle the first few screens of the game. And one of the things I do want to get into the gameplay screen is sound effect, a better sound effect for attacking. But we have enough infrastructure to like actually get a really basic kind of setup going here. So in try entity attack, there's quite a few functions. But we don't necessarily want to play it for every single entity right away. Maybe I just want to handle only the hero. So for the hero, what we want to do is rather than look in the try entity attack function, instead we probably want to actually look in the handle input for gameplay control mode player. Because over here is where we connect up what button someone has pushed with what action should be taken. So the sound effect really is kind of a function of a button push, or at least not all sound effects, obviously, right? But for these initial test ones. So for instance, whenever players press apostrophe, we can just do that. So let's see how well all that did. Oops. Okay, something wasn't playing there. Interesting. Oh, it's probably because we got to rebuild the whole thing or something. Okay, I would be expecting the same sound effect to play. Oh, wait. No, that's only if they are in wait mode. We have to do it in 2 locations. Even though the sound effect is totally wrong, this works. I should probably crank the volume down for y'all. Um, oh, individual sound volumes can be changed. Interesting. Okay. Nice. All right, y'all. Getting shit done. Hell yeah. So, what else do we got to do? Um, I mean, there's a lot, obviously. I was talking about finding a better file for. Oh yeah, for the sound effects. So here's a big list of sound effects that I have access to. So I got these slash attacks. Okay. So now we just copied over some new audio files, right? Now we're going to run generate SFX header. Okay, it did not give us everything. Oh, that's because we have not added everything to our music text file. There we go. Now we've got 14 items, 15 items in the list. So, because we were able to so easily get stuff over there, handle input gameplay. So at the moment, we're hard coding in the sound effect for confirm one whenever we're attacking. But instead of confirm, what if we did like slash attack sword one? Right? Now it'll obviously not make sense if the player doesn't have a sword equipped and they attempt to attack and it plays a sword sound effect even though you don't have a sword equipped. We're going to have to find a way to handle that kind of situation, right? This is more like just getting things into the right places so that we can then take a step back and examine how we can consolidate this situation where the player might have nothing equipped, or they might have a sword equipped, or they might have a dagger equipped, or they might have some other thing equipped, and we want to distinguish between these things whenever we play the sound effect. So we might have a sound effect associated with each one of those different things, and we'll need to be able to select which sound effect to play when appropriate. So, for instance, instead of forcing slash attack sword 1 all the time, we might need to do some logic around here where we take a look at what the player is attacking with and select the index appropriately based off of that. So we'll get there. Here. Technically, I didn't need to rebuild the whole thing, but it feels good. Oh, whoops. I forgot to update the other place where you can attack. So that would also have to occur up here. Now, one of the nice things about having moved all these functions into their own files is it'll make it so much easier for me to clean them up. One thing that we can do in a bit is an experiment with Aider and attempt to, like, for instance, handle input gameplay control mode player is a bogus, nasty fucking function. Look at how gross this shit is. If there's a way to clean this up a little bit easier without me having to take a lot of time to do it, I think that might be a good thing. So in a little bit, I'm probably going to take a break to get some food. Smoke up a bit, all that stuff. I'll probably still hang out online. Probably will even keep streaming. We've had a lot of people show up. The analytics officially cracked 100. But I know that there's a differential between the analytics that are shown here and what the actual analytics really are. Because according to this different graph, that's not my default, like my streaming analytics, on another analytics window, still part of YouTube Studio, it's showing that I have gotten 192, whereas in the stream analytics for, like, while I'm currently streaming right now, shows that it just barely cracked 100. So there's definitely a disparity there, and people are still dropping in. We've had like 100 people in the last hour come into the stream, which is fucking awesome. It's more people than I've had in a hot minute. Y'all motherfuckers really want to see me make some game shit, huh? Y'all don't give a fuck about me playing games. Unless it's me testing or playing my own game. I'm okay with that. So instead of this, we need this. And we're going to need to figure out some easier, better way to, like, kind of handle, like, callbacks with regards to certain things happening, or like when certain sound effects should actually trigger. I'm not sure how I feel about this sound effect for sword. We could actually test them out. I can't even hear that. I gotta turn my volume up. Three kind of sound. I mean, they all sound. This one feels more like a dagger type sound effect. Light one. Yeah, that one's definitely a dagger. That's also a type of dagger. See, these are all like very small bladed weapons right here. Of course, heavy would be a much bigger weapon. Sword, I feel like it's kind of gonna be for like the mid-range sword. So getting the selection logic in would be kind of interesting for that. Um, the heavy slash could be for like an axe. So ultimately what we're going to want to do is both here and here, we're going to want to play a sound effect. And we're going to want to select the index depending upon what you're currently equipped with. At some point too, I'm thinking about like changing the way that enemy turns are taken to be, because I go back and forth between like having all of the enemies appear to move all at once, even though they are technically taking turns in individual orders, versus actually having each entity move individually on its own, which, depending on how many entities are in the dungeon or on the map, could potentially take a long time. The original Fallout suffered from that problem, and Sheeran to a lesser degree, although the loop for Sheeran's a lot faster. They both solved the problem in the same way, in that they still did individual turns one at a time, but when it wasn't the player's turn and the game is like processing through the logic of all of the other entities' turns, it would have like a kind of like a timer, loop appear above the head of the player in order to like indicate that enemy turns are currently processing or NPCs are currently processing. I'm thinking that the logic, while the logic for default attack is pretty much correct, this is not correct. Where do I go from here? All right, we got a new push. So, talk to me, y'all. What do y'all want to see next? Because the current plan is that we want to be able to select more intelligently when you go to attack, which sound effect you actually play. And actually, maybe which sound effect actually gets played shouldn't necessarily happen here. Maybe instead, it should actually go somewhere else. Now, this logic's going to have to be redone because I don't believe this is correct. This is for like when you're standing still and you're in the wait state and you choose to attack instead of change direction. So let's take a look at try-entity attack because this could be an appropriate place to look at doing this. Because whether or not the attack succeeds, we're going to want to place some effect. And if the attack doesn't hit or it's an attack at dead air, we'll play the regular, sound effect. But if it hits, we might want to play something else. So this would do it every time any entity tries to attack. And maybe we want to, for the moment, separate out just handling only the hero. So there's our call to play sound effect. And this will play it no matter who's attacking and no matter what's equipped. So if attacker ID happens to be the hero, then for the moment, we'll go ahead and play this. But in a little bit, depending upon whether or not the attack was successful, depending upon like what type of attack it was, depending upon like what you were actually equipped with. So if the attacker ID is the hero and the attack was successful, because handle attack helper, what it does is it updates a pointer to a Boolean variable that basically returns true or false. And we can pass that around in a way where like we stash like what the result was. And then we can, depending upon what that result was, do different things. So So in one instance, we'll play one sound effect, and in another, we'll play another one, depending upon what the actual, whether or not it was a hit or a miss. Ooh, metal on flesh. I like that. Okay, so this is in the hits folder. Hit metal on flesh. Here, hit star dot wave. Just copy them all over. So going back into the audio sound effects folder, we can update the sound effects file. Now that we did, we can generate our new sfx.h. We don't necessarily need to use all of the sound effects. However, during development, it'll definitely make things a lot easier having the assets like preloaded and ready to go. So if the hit was okay, then so at the very minimum, this logic right here should allow us to sift out which sound effect actually gets played, depending upon whether or not the attack was successful. Feels pretty good, actually. mean banana. All right, what do y'all think? Should I take a break yet? I mean, we took a break earlier. I feel pretty good with where things are currently at and where they're headed. I don't want to burn myself out too badly, so I definitely need to kind of recharge the human body. Maybe we'll do a another stream later on once I kind of brainstorm what the next real good steps are going to be. I'm thinking of simplifying some of the uh, the major game mechanics. Like as an example, um, one of the one of the major things I do want to do, like to try and make the game more fun, right, and make it more immersive, more addictive, more engaging, is I want to take away some of the more like robust D&D type mechanics that I've been planning. So like for instance, instead of like assigning, well, no, um like as an example, you could have like a dagger that does 1d4 damage versus a sword that does 1d8. But I'm also thinking, well, maybe it would be a better idea to like actually assign damage to weapon types that are a bit more static and not so like built around a range. Um, I'm gonna take a little break here, and I'll be back. And I'm back for now. Got a good dose of medicine just now. Um, fuck. We just cracked 6,000 lines of code again. Oh boy. Something to be said about future development efforts. Next game that I make after this one, whenever that is, I want to attempt to make things as close to like header only as possible, where appropriate, of course. But it's not the kind of thing that you can just force in there. It's something that requires, like, if you don't start doing it out the gate, it becomes a thing that really becomes a little bit challenging to implement properly. So the cat's coming to say hi, I think. Hey, where are you going? Hey, don't get distracted. Hey, there. Oh, you just want to look outside. There's something that caught your attention. I feel bad for the guy because I can't trust him to go OUT, because the area I live in is very dangerous for a cat. He I mean, it's already bad enough like that we have roads, and like the day before he got here there was a dead cat just out in front of one of our apartments. Someone had hit the poor guy like driving a car and just like drove off, didn't do anything. Fucking sad. Hey, don't fuck with my cables. Hey, don't fuck with my cables. Come here. I'm talking about you. Hey. That's your tower that you never get in your tower anymore. I even moved it into the bedroom for you, and I put it dead center so that it's got the cool light next to it, man. You don't want to go hang out up there no more? It's like, no, it's too far away from you. You good boy. So as I was saying, the area I live in is kind of dangerous. And the day before my cat got here, uh, there was a dead cat out in front of one of the apartments, and it was a hit and run. And my neighbor straight up did a whole ass forensics breakdown on where and how fast the car was going and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, wow, you're a real smart kid. You got a real Dexter blood splatter analysis kind of streak in you. I always wanted to fuck with a mechanic involving like blood spray. I think it's going to be something really interesting to explore when I get time. That said, I'll be able to get that time if more people like the stream, if more people subscribe, and if more people become members. because at the end of the day, I am trying to generate the feedback loop necessary in order to escape current situations. I would like for this to be my day job. I would like for this to be my main focus. It takes a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of grinding to not just make a game, but to also build a community. And I'm very thankful for every single one of you, but there's not enough of you yet. Ain't that right, y'all? We gotta get some more people in the channel. I do have a Discord if anyone hasn't joined. We've actually had a number of individuals from the YouTube community actually come in. I'm very thankful for their presence. It goes to show that the system works. Ask and ye shall receive. I'm just not a very patient person, which by all travesty of logic and beyond defiance of reason, I somehow became a C programmer and a C++ programmer, which arguably one needs to be rather patient with both of these languages because it's very easy to make certain mistakes as you're implementing things. It's one of the reasons that languages like Go and Rust have become so popular recently, is that people are afraid, deathly afraid of memory access violations. They can't trust themselves in order to write code that is memory safe because they never learned how to deal with error management properly. Like when I first took C in college, the guy who signed my diploma taught me C for the first time. And I actually had 4 classes with this dude. And very fucking great professor. The kind of professor who grades you on your progress and, you know, like is able to gauge like level of effort, and had fully automated grading systems. In 2006, you could email your assignment to him at a certain address, and he had a system built that would automatically download a zip file, unzip it, and he even had like shit to handle like zip bombs and shit like that, right? Basically download your source code, compile it, run it. I never heard of anyone doing anything like super nefarious with that kind of setup or attempting to like exploit it or anything like that. I think it would have been interesting to think about, or to create like a lab environment that like replicates this. But effectively, you could email your assignment to this address and it would download your assignment, compile it, run it, check the results, and then grade it and send you an email back within minutes of sending the initial email, and you have a grade. And so long as you submitted within the deadline, it was a 2-week deadline for every assignment. So long as you did that, you had unlimited chances to correct your work. And I thought that was just a fucking beautiful system because it took all of the hands off of the teacher, and it instead, and it like really demonstrated that like you had to know your shit in order to pass his class. And he graded you based off of like how much better you've gotten over the semester. So if you started off getting like very shitty grades because you were trying but sucking, and then he could tell if you were measurably getting better, and if you were, you would get a better grade. It wasn't necessarily strictly always about like how many points per assignment you got. Sometimes it was about like, are you making the effort to improve? And I thought that was also really beautiful too. So shout outs to that guy. That was a nice little segue, little rant. You like the playlist? This got recommended to you? Oh, wow. That's fucking awesome. Thank you for saying the playlist is sick. It's actually music that I generated using an artificial intelligence system for use in my game. A a lot of it is like kind of inspired off of dungeon synthwave or dungeon wave stuff in that kind of genre. Because at the end of the day, it is like designed to be like an old school Super Nintendo era, perhaps, type game, but with modern hardware resources. So I'm not doing any multi-threading. I'm doing everything on a single CPU. And future games, it'll probably be different. But very clearly, you can do a whole lot with just one CPU. That said, there are certain bounds as to like how much stuff I can have going on in any particular scene. Hold on a sec. Aloha. I've returned. Um, Forgot I was still on. Um, I need to eat. I need to recharge. Maybe I should just leave it running and do some music. Hey, buddy. We got a visitor here.
Take hold of my stack. Your partners ain't no more. Go with me in hell. You're never boxed. 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 Code with me in hell. Code with me in hell. You're never boxed. You're never boxed. You're never boxed. You're never boxed. Code with me in hell. Fingers fly, fury ignites. Bone splinters in the blackened night. Code consumes the screen ablaze. Bleeding digits, endless maze. Smash the cage, blood will rain. Flash tar, eternal pain. Face to steel, skull collides. In the core, my soul resides. Bone on plastic, rhythm of doom. Sparks erupt, the digital tomb. Keyboard cries, soaked in red. Code of chaos, the undead. Teeth grind hard, circuits scream. A savage dance, the twisted dream. Fragments fall, my essence torn. In the chaos, I am reborn. Smash the case, blood will rain. Flash tar, eternal pain. Face to steel, skull collides. The system screams because of love is energy. It takes them like razors bite. The void that songs one in a blue void. Piping fire to the blood we fall. Get up and it says we fall. Rock commands that till the night. Compiling chaos, pure deep Default echo through the dark. Code erupts, a violent spark. Threads unravel, crash and sink. The void consumes without you. Piping fire to the blood void. Could it be that we fall? Rock commands that till the night. Compiling chaos, pure delight. Yet we persist in this abyss we call exist. Sacrifice the ram, ignite the flame. The machine gun calls out my name. Clean build whispers, it's in reach. A binary sermon, a data breach.
Okay. I think I'm gonna wrap something up here pretty soon. Um, One of the things I wanted to look at into before I go is selecting different sound effects for the attack depending upon what you're equipped with. Maybe also flesh out some of the other sound effects. So All right, that's a good start. Um, um, over here in try entity attack, hit metal on flesh is going to be probably our default for a while until we do selection based off of like what type of entity you attacked successfully. But if we want to more intelligently select what type of weapon, right? So, how do we get access to the hero's weapon? We're going to use this as a default. But in addition to that, I'd say that's pretty good. Pretty hard to beat the setup, honestly. All right, y'all. My dog's barking at me. You know what that means. And actually, it's an appropriate time too because it's about 8 p.m. I've been live for almost 5 hours now, and I can't say that I didn't get anything done today, which is really kind of a goal every day. I see a couple new people just popped in at the last minute. I do hate to disappoint you, but it is time for us to call it a night. People might be happy to know that I do code off stream, though. I do work on things outside of doing it in front of a live audience. So feel free to drop by in the Discord, say hi, hit me up on X. Feel free to like the stream, subscribe, become a member. You know, throw me some of that super chat, and keep this train, you know, rocking and rolling, because the party never stops, but we do take breaks. So, pleasure having you guys. Appreciate it. And we're going to do more of this, a lot more of this real soon. So, stay tuned, everybody. Peace out.